Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. My name is Nitesh Gupta, and I'll be moderating this workshop today. Uh, this workshop today is all about smart cities, introducing smart cities, especially to the Australian Council and members. Before we start the workshop, I would like to take you through a quick peek at the agenda for today. The tech today in the moderation team, we have Andra with us. She would be helping us running this presentation. Um, Andra, could you please move on to the next slide? Yes. So this is the agenda for today. We'll be starting with Nicole Denil. She is our general manager for IoT Asia. And there on forward, you will hear from Rahul Sevdekar. He's the industry lead for public sector from Microsoft. Um, after Rahul's session, you would be hearing from Connor Hughes. He is our data and AI specialist and resides in Australia, catering to Australian government. We also are introducing two of our partners, that is Insight. You'll be hearing from William Wanamo Mati. He's the Chief Technical Officer. They will be sharing their experiences on driving smart cities and sustainability initiatives. And there on forward, you will be hearing from our partner MOQ Digital. They will be taking you through some experiencing how you can actually go ahead and transform the waste management using the IoT. Um, We also have a panel discussion in session for you, which would be led by our general manager, Nicole. And I think we hopefully will be done by 3:30. So moving forward, here are some housekeeping rules. Andra, could you help me move to the next slide, please? Yes, next slide, please. Thank you. So my humble request is to please remain muted all times. If you have any questions, please click on the chat box in the status bar and leave your questions in the chat window. Our team, that is Sally Chin, myself, and Andra would respond to any of your queries in place. If you need any help, please click on the hands icon for assistance from the team. Next slide, please. You can always go ahead and in case you want the English language as the captions, you can always go ahead and turn on the captions by clicking on the three dots on the top of the window as seen in the picture. We would certainly be sharing the content of the workshop after the session. We will be sharing a link of the survey in the chat window, also a QR code. Please do scan through and fill up the survey form for a better reach out. Thank you. Um, with this, I would like to kick off the session with our general manager, Nicole Dennell. So, to quickly introduce her, Nicole Dennell is our general manager, Microsoft IoT Asia team. Nicole has had an extensive career in both corporate and startup environments, cloud computing, and IoT, always with a focus on high growth endeavors, disruptive technologies, and new ways to bring technologies to the market. Over to you, Nicole.
Thanks, Nitesh, and welcome everybody to this forum. I'm really honored to be having this conversation with you. It's such an odd time, and I thank you for joining us for this session. It's always harder to do things in person, and just a little bit more about my role. I manage a team across Asia that's focused on IoT. So we've got a huge team at Microsoft to support our customers and partners, and my team is really focused on how to drive that transformation in IoT. I came through Microsoft through several global roles as well as Latin America, and I joined Asia a little over a year ago. And actually, my last trip before we started to know more about the pandemic was to Australia, and it was a really great trip because I got to visit the MCC, which was, I understand, something that people aspire to in a lifetime. So really great memories of my last trip before we were not able to really travel anymore. And I hope to be able to do that again and have this conversation in person. So on to what IoT is about. IoT is really about business drivers versus technology. When we hear IoT, we tend to think it's a technical conversation and it's a little bit intimidating at first. And so I'd like to start to demystify that by saying that really the key business drivers are around what the organization would like to achieve. And or if you could hit the next slide, please. So we started to really look at, next slide, please. What are the business drivers around organizations? It's about really three key drivers. One is evolving products and interactions with customers in order to take better decisions to provide better experiences. The second one is about improvements to the business, and that really revolves around operational efficiency and really maximizing our bottom line. And then the third key driver that we've seen is around new business models, and that's where IoT really starts to become a magical transformational piece of the business. There are a lot of stats on this slide, but one of the staggering ones that speaks to me is that 80 billion devices will be connected by 2025. And that is kind of a number that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me when I think about billions. I mean, I'd love to have a billion of something, probably not connected devices, but 80 billion is a lot of devices. And it's really about turning those devices into insights that help us make better decisions in our day-to-day. And Gartner is predicting that new monetization avenues will bring us $130 billion of business to us as organizations in the future. $130 billion now makes a lot more sense. And leaders of the transformation are putting to their bottom line around 100 million more in their operating income each year. And so that really speaks to not only what we can do as organizations, but how we can turn that revenue into services that speak to our constituents and our citizens and our customers. So in short, I think the evidence kind of is showing that IoT is an increasingly lucrative and necessary investment for us as companies and organizations across the world to invest in. And so with that growth, there's an imperative, which is, we need to embrace IoT because that's the way that the world is going. So next slide, Andrea, please. There have been some critical shifts over the past years. When I started this business a few years ago, around 4 years ago, we were having a lot of conversations around, I'd like to try it. What can I do in IoT? How can I just try a pilot that's going to make me understand how to leverage this technology? That was a few years ago when most companies were in sort of the trial and POC phase. If you look to the right side of the screen, you'll see that most companies, actually 50% of companies and upward now are moving beyond that trial phase into the use phase. 91% of companies are actually adopting IoT, and of those that are adopting, 83% are moving toward that use phase. So it's not an experiment or a science project anymore. So we've seen that shift from learning to trial and purchase and use, and the satisfaction is high. So this reflects some of the shifts from just simply talking about IoT to actually implementing IoT. And as we talk to companies in Australia and the government in Australia, while the majority of the government councils are in the development of the strategy phase, there's a growing share of local governments that are already in that phase to the right in the implementation and increasing the maturity of the smart city movement. So that's what we're really here to talk about today is, how do we take some of those learnings and the things that are happening and make them a reality in smart city in Australia. So on the next slide, this is just a stat in terms of, sorry, I'm going to skip to the next slide. What is IoT? The Internet of Things is really, a set of technologies and solutions built on increasing connectivity of billions of devices. So we started out with, isolated sensors, thermometers, things that are detecting things on the ground, and really evolved into this connectivity of devices for IoT platforms to be able to control and access unprecedented amounts of data, and then create a feedback loop that provides continuous improvement through the connectivity. So there are three core components in IoT. One is the things, and I mentioned that we start with this physical object that's sort of isolated and maybe taking a piece of information from a device or a sensor that's on the ground. Then we connect it to the internet, and that's where we can actually get the insights on the information that we're collecting by those things. And then we start to analyze that information in a big way. All of us have probably heard of big data, which is just that, taking large amounts of data and through the capacity of the cloud, be able to analyze and turn that into knowledge in a meaningful way. Not analyze every single bit of data, but actually extract the ones that are meaningful for us and turn that into knowledge. And then the third piece of it is actions. It all comes down to actions and the way that we respond to that data, either through our own human analysis or through artificial intelligence to drive those business outcomes. So IoT, when we think about smart cities, if we can move to the next slide, is, as we move from that connected experience and connected things and connected spaces, we move into connected ecosystems. So it all starts with the cloud, being able to collect that information and then move, and Andrew, this is a build, so if you could just build the whole slide out, that would be great. As you can see, we're still working through some of the issues when it comes to delivering this online versus in person. But as we start to think about those connected ecosystems, it starts with those devices, in the space of a smart city, for example, water, electricity meters, and environmental sensors, flow meters, level sensors, parking sensors, smart street lights. All of these devices at the edge are becoming more and more intelligent and able to actually make decisions at the edge. So you have that real-time edge decision-making capability. And at the same time, while those are kind of siloed data points that are solving the real-time problem or challenge that we have at that moment, as we start to connect those devices to the cloud, we can start to do monitoring, maintenance, start to analyze trends, patterns, and all of that intelligence then results into a connected space ecosystem to be able to provide that breakthrough intelligence both at the edge and in the cloud. And then on that smart space, then we connect it to an ecosystem. So you've got, the smart parking scenarios, the smart wastewater, smart trash collection scenarios, smart citizen scenarios where we're engaging with citizens on the ground, and that brings it into one single ecosystem. And that's really where IoT is going, by leveraging not only our own intelligence, but the artificial intelligence piece of it. So imagine the power of all of that implemented in a smart city, and envisioning and modeling that connected environment is complicated, which is why we started to think about things like digital twins. Digital twins is a solution that allows us to replicate the physical environment so we can emulate the data that we're collecting in our smart ecosystem in a physical or in an environment that replicates that physical environment, and to track and then use that past data to predict future patterns. So digital twins is becoming something that we're even seeing a greater uptake in the smart city ecosystem because of the fact that we can really emulate the data that we've seen in the past to predict the future. So on to the next slide. When we think about these ecosystems, it's not a one-way street. It's about enabling a digital feedback loop. So by connecting the devices and collecting the data, we can analyze the information to create those new insights. And it's not static. This allows the organizations that we're working with to constantly improve and collect the data real time from the digital feedback loop to increase operational efficiency, to increase citizen experiences and create those deeper relationships, as well as see the efficiencies with our employees and add new revenue streams. And that's where the real magic comes in. We've seen organizations that came to IoT and said, hey, we just want to, improve our bottom line. We want to increase the ability to spend taxpayer dollars in an efficient way. And soon this data is able to turn into new revenue streams that do all of those things, but additionally can fund other improvements that cities or state and local governments would like to make to increase other efficiencies and increase the services to their taxpayers. So the digital feedback loop really enables this new breakthrough on the levels of insights that we can create through AI and our own individual human interaction as well. So on to the next slide. Implementing IoT has a lot of challenges. It's a big word, or it's a big phrase, I should say. And there's a lot to it. It's not that you can just flip a switch and say, I want to buy that tomorrow. There's complexity. There are skill sets that not all organizations have. Organizations that are new to IoT, this could mean, upskilling the organization and bringing on specialists. There's a time element to it where it could take months to set up IoT to integrate with existing business practices. And then there's the cost element as well as security. Connecting to the internet means opening your ecosystem and your organization to potential security concerns. And so all of those things are factors that we see when we discuss IoT with many organizations around the world. And so with all of these hurdles, a lot of times, organizations are saying, hey, we need some help in figuring out how to do this. What are the building blocks that I can utilize in order to make this easier for my organization? And that's the beauty of the first slide that I presented, which is, what are we seeing in the evolution of IoT, where things were, isolated science projects at first, and now we're moving into the use phases of those. And so we do have a lot of capability that's been built around the world with our partners, with our ecosystem, with other organizations that have done similar things in order to bring it into a single conversation around, how do we enable all of these four key barriers to entry in order to make it easier for organizations to adopt IoT. So on the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the investment that we have started to, I think we're on the next slide, Endra, please. So one of the things that we've done is a couple of years ago, we made an announcement that Microsoft is investing $5 billion in IoT. $5 billion in order to help overcome the challenges that I just mentioned. And we've focused on three key areas. One is ecosystem acceleration and enabling solutions to market in order to create those building blocks and find the known recipes that really can help accelerate it. I mentioned some of the scenarios in Smart City. Those scenarios, they will vary from country to country and geo to geo, but in general, a lot of those are replicable in an 80% sort of way. So we've had a lot of focus on finding those known recipes and then finding the key technologies and security to make that happen. The second piece is platform innovation. In our own technology and our own products, we're leading some of the key innovations around technologies and around security, which I'll talk about in a moment. And then supporting our partners and customers in their transformation journey. That's really linked to the ecosystem point that I just made, where we've got partners that are building IP that are for one customer, two customers, three customers. And we take that and replicate it globally so that we don't have to start from scratch anymore and confront some of those barriers to entry that we mentioned earlier. And all of this is to really enable organizations to overcome those hurdles and reap the benefits of IoT in a quicker sort of way. And then on the next slide, those investments have actually paid off. We're starting to see a lot of our partners on board with our as ecosystem partners. And with IoT, it really takes a village. The typical implementation of any IoT implementation takes several ecosystem partners, anywhere from 5 to 30, all the way from the hardware vendor across to devices, connectivity providers, to the point that it reaches the customer. And so today you're going to hear from some of our partners. So Insight will be talking about their the city of Whittlesea, COW. Microsoft with Insight helps support this implementation to undertake a digital transformation that will change the sorts of services that the council can provide to its citizens and the value that it delivers to residents. And they actually won the Smart City Achievement Award as well. And you'll also hear from MOQ Digital around the transformation of waste management and some of the other things that they've done around IoT with Moreton Bay Regional Council. So here, we've got a lot of partners that are leaning in on IoT and actually helping create this ecosystem, and looking forward to your feedback today on seeing what we're doing with our partners. And on the next slide, I mentioned our investment in technology. We actually have invested that $5 billion in some key areas. So ecosystem acceleration, platform innovation, and then supporting our partners and customers in their transformation journey. On the next slide, I want to address a little bit the investments that we've made in our technology. So we have an industry-leading portfolio of services that helps our customers easily adopt IoT solutions to kind of squeeze that barrier to entry that I described. You don't have to do it alone. There's a lot of technologies, there are partners. The whole idea is to not build solutions from scratch, but to actually move those solutions and the IP behind them up the stack so that you can really focus on what you're trying to do. And so one of the solutions that we'll also talk about today is Western Australian government, who recently signed an MOU for a whole of government contract to provide all of the state's agencies with access to cloud services. And with that, we're delivering a cybersecurity capability to target and eradicate cybercrime. And we'll talk about that more in depth, but the key point that I'd like to make here is we talked about all of the benefits of getting that rich data and being able to make decisions better, faster with AI, etc. But all of that can be far outweighed by security risks. And so part of that $5 billion investment that we made is also in tackling security. We have many new offerings on the security side to address that, but the idea here is let's learn from security experiences and create a secure out-of-the-box experience so that our customers don't have to create it from scratch, because every day there are new risks. And so a company like Microsoft is able to invest in keeping on top of those risks and really provide that secure environment from the ground up so that you can focus on the things that you're trying to do, which are provide better citizen services and do it, better, faster, cheaper. So on to the next slide. The entire platform is built around a couple of key principles to provide a secure, scalable, and complete edge to cloud IoT solution from the ground up. And so developing with choice, providing a known developer platform that most of our developers can work with, that is something that is secure by design, preparing for future innovation. Innovation is a journey, and so we need to think about how do we, prepare for that future innovation by the technology that's behind it. Security, we already discussed. The data estate and being secure is the primary piece of what is the key barrier to entry into IoT, and also the key to being the liberator to actually build that business transformation, knowing that there's a security piece at the core. And then the edge piece is key as well. In the past, we've thought about cloud as kind of a technology that is big and capable and has a bunch of capacity to do things around compute and storage and actually running the key applications. But if the security isn't there all the way from the edge to the cloud, then you don't have a secure ecosystem. So we've spent a lot of time at the edge on the security, and then of course scaling globally. And so the key here is we're dedicated to improving, every asset of IoT for organizations, and we've invested in that to get us there. And so what I'd like to end on is what are your roadblocks when you're thinking about your journey with IoT? What is the stopping point, or what's the beginning point? Is it capability? Is it cost? Is it complexity? And I just want to land it that we have a team of specialists that's ready to help you on this journey all the way from ideation, what is it that you want to do, all the way to implementation. Nitesh will be showing you a barcode throughout the day that you can scan, and it's not just because we want your feedback. We also would love for you to engage with us to help us on that journey, as I mentioned, from just trying to figure out what you want to do all the way to how do I implement that. So thank you so much for the time. I'll be seeing you again in the panel. And now I'm going to hand it back to Nitesh to introduce our next session.
Hi, Nicole. Thanks. That was certainly very interesting. Thank you for the insight. Next, you'll be hearing from Rahul Sevadekar. He's the Director, Asia Industry, Worldwide Public Sector. Endra, could you please take us through the... Sorry for the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen. Please just give us a quick minute to sort this out.
The physical world is kind of dissolving or converging into the digital world, and we have a lot of expectations from citizens for real-time services, availability of data, the government agencies and employees wanting to have real-time collaboration and data insights for them to do their jobs better, specifically predicting the demands of the future and being able to service those demands are the real challenges that the governments are really facing and looking at resolving with the help of digital transformation. It is important to define how the real smartness gets built as a part of the cities. And from a Microsoft standpoint, I think the two most important pillars that we focus on are livability and sustainability. We have citizen in the center, so livability is really one of the larger focus area for us, specifically around quality of life, improving city services and assisted living scenarios, which are really empowered by the use of IoT. Sustainability also, because there are limited budgets, the government has to really look at doing more and more with the lesser amount of budgets and resources that they have, and being able to service the needs of future as well as for today. And the way I think this can be achieved is through three major pillars around policy enablement, ICT innovations, and targeted interventions. We'll see examples of them in a bit, but I think from a larger smart cities footprint, the four major areas of intervention as we at Microsoft see is around enhancing urban mobility, building smarter infrastructure, improving citizen and social care, and strengthening public safety. All of these four pillars really help in transforming the city services, the citizen experience to the next level. And all of this actually also align in large with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And then you can see on the slide on the top, the goals that all of these initiatives align with. It is really critical for the cities to look at sustainable infrastructure as they go along building their plans and developing city blueprints and roadmaps. The AIoT data is the core for all the city systems. We have command and control centers, operation platforms, platform services, the domain solutions specifically, which are verticals. All of them really use a lot of sensor information and the data which gets generated by the sensors, whether it is traffic cameras, whether it is environmental sensors or anything equivalent or the edge kind of technological devices, bringing in intelligence from the outside to the control centers for the city decision makers to learn from those insights and take meaningful decisions as they go along. From a solutioning standpoint, and when it specifically comes to IoT, transportation solutions really are in the forefront as well, either through real-time public transit solutions, which basically involve video analytics and using a lot of temperature, environment, and monitoring kind of sensors to really track the happenings around by, or even from an operations and maintenance standpoint for the highway maintenances or the track maintenances, and using those information to really create solutions for the cities and for citizens, which can be used very effectively and leveraging the power of data. Solutions like smart parking, which really are video sensors as well as the RFID, as well as specific sensors for parking and gate managements, I think usually have a lot of IoT interventions, specifically GitBat, and a lot of autonomous solutions around smart parking and monetization models using data are the favorites when it comes to cities for leveraging their data to monetize and make sure that they are generating revenue for the city as well. Also on the safety side, it's really important to look at how does IoT devices like surveillance systems use real-time crime mapping kind of solutions to provide more and more insights for the law enforcement agencies, either through emergency notification alerts or specific aspects of smart surveillance, which enables them to target specific areas and start building intelligence using IoT, not just at the edge, but also at the back end where the process data can be used by decision makers to leverage their actions, as well as make sure that there are right interventions for the safety of citizens and the general public. Infrastructure and resources really are, again, one of the backbones of every city, and whether it is energy, water, or waste, all of them really have a very high profile requirements of IoT solutions with specific prediction versus demand and supply kind of scenarios. We have smart grids from the energy side, or the smart street lights, which basically look at really creating those models around grids, pricings, usages, or the street lights, which really needs to be looked at from an energy saving and energy consumption standpoint, also being used as smart poles to leverage multiple other utilities on a single infrastructure kind of a model. You have water solutions specifically to monitor water quality, specifically water usages, and even also predictive maintenance of the pipelines and the sewer lines specifically, which is required to make sure that all of the city functions are normal and performing with their highest and optimum capacities. Waste management, specifically looking at the sensor-enabled garbage collections, air quality monitoring, waste tracking, and making sure that the waste to energy kind of projects are really also being taken care. All of these solutions, as you can see, leverage IoT components, which really need robust and scalable infrastructure for the city to gain maximum insights from. We have some examples of these solutions that we have worked specifically from a Microsoft standpoint, whether it is the city of Taipei, whether it is Philadelphia, whether it is Seville, whether it is Los Angeles Department of Sanitation. All of these references really have been our privileged customers who we have been working to drive IoT-led solutions, also providing them with a lot of data insights for actionable intelligence. Microsoft has a commitment to become carbon negative by 2030, and we have been committed to this cause throughout, even from our sourcing standpoint. And the way we really look at doing this, the 4 areas of carbon, water, ecosystems, and waste, specifically transforming our operations, looking at products and services, our customers and partners, and even policy level decisions that we need to take to make sure that we are not just carbon negative by 2030, but also removing all the historic emissions emitted directly or indirectly. This is a large commitment, and I think almost all organizations in the world are looking forward to the model of sustainable commitments by organizations like Microsoft. Microsoft solutions for smart cities are not just vertical, but also very horizontal. Specifically talking about our IoT suite of products, we have a range of products and portfolios which suits all the requirements from our customer side. Whether it is Azure Spheres, Azure Edge, IoT Central, or Stream Analytics, which basically provide more and more insights to the data streams coming in from your IoT devices. Specifically, all of this available with the power of Microsoft Azure, which is our cloud platform, and being able to give you a lot of actionable insights that you can use for your city to make that change and drive that impact on the digital transformation side for the citizens. We have been fortunate to work with many customers across the world, driving unique solution scenarios depending upon the city needs and their specific problem areas, whether it has been in the areas of digital services, whether it has been in the areas of energy, street lighting, water management, environmental management, health, transport. Microsoft has been in the forefront on all of these verticals, working very closely with our customers, driving the transformation that need with the help of our IoT technology products and solutions, specifically highlighting the value and the returns that the customer and the cities really look at, making sure that the digital transformation initiatives are real and implementable by the cities. This is the larger vision, as you can see it on the screen, for integrated environment, integrated ecosystem that we have, and our mission is to empower every person and organization in this world to achieve more. With the help of IoT and intelligent infrastructure technologies that we bring on for our customers and our partners, we really bring in the power of building joint propositions and solutions that drive the impact and the change that the cities really look at from an integrated environment, economy, social benefit standpoint. Whether it is connected grid, whether it is connected city, whether it is smart building solutions around that, or even it is a smart autonomous connected vehicle, we have specific solutions that we bring on for all our customers and partners to build their dream city, their future city, with the help of Microsoft, as well as our solutions and partner offerings. We also have very unique IoT solutions, specifically targeting the unique requirements of cities, whether it is solutions like OCEN, which is monitoring the drinking water and making sure that the right amount of drinking water is provided to the citizens in the right possible way, whether it is irrigation management for vertical gardens on your buildings, whether it is the water pipeline management and predictive infrastructure kind of scenarios, or most importantly, the buzzword of today, which is around digital twins, specifically transforming smart buildings and smart places and making sure that our infrastructure is really optimized for the performance and the facilities which are required for consumption by the citizens and the general public. All of these unique solutions are really powered by Microsoft technologies and the domain expertise that our partners bring on the table as a joint proposition for the cities and our customers. As I was mentioning in my previous slide, digital twins are the industry disruptors and also smart buildings. The amount of solution areas that are really required from an energy conversion, the green energy kind of carbon footprint management scenarios. I think digital twins are the way most of the cities will really look at defining their future and managing their city operations as they go along. And it's just not related to smart buildings, but the digital twins are being really looked at as a model for cities. Cities closer to coastal areas where there are challenges around flooding are now using digital twins to predict water levels across the cities and driving impact using prediction models from the IoT sensor data that they gather over a period of time, making sure that the citizens are safe and disaster management efforts are being conducted in the right possible manner and with the highest precision. There are so many areas specifically around work streams, whether it is smart buildings or whether it is smart cities, around meetings, wayfinding, transportation, arrival and departure experiences, parking, and so on and so forth, which could be really leveraging the power of IoT and artificial intelligence to do a lot more than they are currently doing now. And this could help transform the business models that they really are trying to build and provide more and more entrepreneurial opportunities for citizens and businesses thriving in that particular city. When we really look at more and more business use cases and scenarios, there are so many that come to my mind when we talk about IoT and the power of AI really driving transformation in the city. Whether it is the carbon accounting model, whether it is the energy forecastation and optimization, whether it is flexible marketplace, kind of trading kind of scenarios around energy, asset management, smart charging, which is one of the really upcoming concepts and being used in a couple of cities across the world. Solutions around water management, surveillance, transportation, public safety, street lighting, waste management, and more importantly, connected spaces and connected everything really are the IoT scenarios which could transform the lifestyle, transform the way the cities function, and the city administrators can gain tremendous insights from the data which is being generated using these solutions, which can help them plan and maintain their city in much more better way. All of these solutions from an IoT standpoint really leverage the power of data to use not only for the situation today, but plan for the situations of tomorrow in a much better way. We at Microsoft are also not just advocating these solutions, but we are living this. Microsoft has a large campus and campuses across the world. One of the largest campuses that we have is in Redmond, which is more than 500 acres, which has 164 buildings and almost about 14 million square foot of new and renovated office space. There are more than 500,000 sensors which are operational in the campus, which provide us intelligence, accounting to more than 2 billion transactions per month. And that's huge amount of data insights that we gain, and that has resulted in great amount of cost savings and resources optimization for us, and being able to maintain the facilities in a much more better way and derive maximum value and maximum benefits out of it. We are very happy to share our learnings so far and how Microsoft is transforming the whole Microsoft campus and the facilities around us. Please feel free to reach out to me for any queries on this topic, and I'll be more than happy to provide you much more insights on any of the contents that you have seen so far. All of the Microsoft technology solutions are also powered by the ecosystem momentum that we have around AIoT, and specifically our partners who really help us drive the next level of change in the digital transformation shoulder to shoulder with Microsoft. Whether it is IHV, whether it is device level, whether it is connectivity providers, you can see so many partners, and this is just a sample list. There are partners which are really kind of driving superb change across the ecosystem and helping our customers build so many smart IoT-led solutions, driving change across their cities and citizens. Here are some of the more examples that we can learn more about AIoT from a Microsoft technology and solution standpoint, whether it is connected office, smart buildings, connected grids, agriculture solutions, or connected car. All of these solutions, there are references, solution demos, architectures, which will help you quickly start your journey on the IoT side and help you transform your cities, your solutions, your industry to the next level of digital transformation as per your priorities. Microsoft has been empowering governments across decades and specifically engaging and connecting with citizens, modernizing the government workplace and enhancing the government services. With these three pillars, there has been so many efforts that Microsoft has put in to really help our customers, help governments to transform and provide future-ready infrastructure, future-ready services for the citizens, as well as their own government departments and internal customers and stakeholders. We have been really working very closely with our partners who have a very mature ecosystem to transform the solutions that Microsoft also takes it to our customers. There's a lot of emphasis on skilling on all Microsoft technologies that we take up, and also around responsible use of artificial intelligence through our ethical AI initiatives. Feel free to reach out to your Microsoft representative for any more information on these domains and these topics. These are the key investment priorities as basically IDC calls it out. And as you can see, a lot of this investment priorities for the next 5 years are really driven by IoT and data analytics. I put it on as an example because as we really go through the cities and the motion around cities and IoT and artificial intelligence, we need to also identify low-hanging fruits to quickly get started. Don't have to take a large and big steps, but maybe small steps to begin our journey and define the roadmap to reach our larger goals and objectives as we go forward. And some of the examples around use cases, as you can see here on the screen, could be one of those examples where we can quick start our journey and take it to the next level. In conclusion, I would want to say that human-centric solutions are the vision that smart cities really need to look at. all of the technologies, whether it is AI, whether it is IoT, really need to address the citizen requirements and being able to provide them with a connected experience. It is really important to have a scalable cloud platform to get the most of your IoT solutions and deployments. The IoT data sources really go huge over a period of time, and it's really important to be able to have a flexibility to analyze those platforms and data streams that's come in as a part of your robustness of the infrastructure. Identifying critical partners, most important aspect to be able to kind of have the right level of expertise as well as skills to make sure the deployments on the IoT side are the best. Microsoft has really stringent criteria of working with our partners to make sure that there are quality deliverables for our customers to derive the maximum from the technology that they really go for. Sharing learnings, I think this is really important because we all learn together, and there are so many aspects from a deployment of these IoT solutions which would help speed up. Microsoft has a repository of such learnings, and we bring in the best practices through our engagements with our customers and partners as we go forward. And leveraging the power of data and making sure that the data insights are put into actionable intelligence. I think that's something which we really help our customers define the standard operating procedures, the predictive maintenance scenarios, the remote management and remote maintenance scenarios as well. So leveraging the power of data completely is something which we really want to support our customers and partners to achieve the next level of digital transformation and the future that they really look forward to seeing. With this, I would like to conclude my session overview for the AIoT for Future Cities session today. I hope there was something valuable for you to take back and look at deploying it as a part of your city plan. Feel free to reach out to your Microsoft representative or me for any further assistance on any of the solution areas that I have mentioned in my presentation. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great FY21.
Well, that was certainly interesting. I would quickly like to hand over this to Connor Hughes, our neighborhood data and AI specialist for Australian local councils. Over to you, Connor. Please feel free to present.
Thank you. Okay, bear with me. I'm just trying to get my screen sorted. Let me know if that works. And I will put my camera on. Let me know. How's that going? Is that perfect?
Yeah,
awesome.
We can see it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Yes, so good afternoon, and thanks to Nicole and Rahul for your presentations. So what I want to do now, so I am the data and AI specialist aligned to local councils. So I've been working with local councils now probably actually in and out a number of years with Microsoft the past 2 years, but really in the last 6 months, I've just been focused on local councils only. So that's really given me a good insight in terms of what makes them tick, what their drivers are, and how they work. So what I want to go through today is when you're deciding on a platform to host the IoT information, you want to make sure that it's secure, low management, easy to govern, and has a low cost of entry. So from that point of view, why do local councils select Azure for IoT? So for me, as the data and AI specialist aligned to 120 local councils across Australia, I spend a lot of my time working with them and showing them how Azure can help them get better insights into the data. So I want to go into deeper into the platform discussion that hosts IoT data and almost everything else that the local council touches from a data point of view, which I'm sure you guys understand is getting broader and broader, which is causing more and more complexity. So while working through councils, I found that although IoT and smart city initiatives have been the driver for analytics, AI and ML where other councils are looking at, improving financial reporting or understanding the citizen better, or improving customer service. The drivers for them are improving that data. So the idea from my point of view, what the idea is to host this in a single platform. So one of my first recommendations is make sure that if you're working in an IoT state, that you're hosting your own data, that you keep it to yourself, that you have a copy of it, that you have someone that you can work on it that will grow in time. And then from that point of view, what do you want to do? How are you going to do? But the question that always comes to me, and where I always go back to, is make sure you're storing it, because you never know what questions you're going to require answered. But the other thing is, don't separate it from your other data, because you'll want to use it and you'll want to get insights from your data and from your analytics across it. So, you look at assets from one point of view, you have assets that you're getting information that are coming into your standard analytics or your ERP system. But if you're pulling information from an IoT devices that are connected to it, you want to make sure that these systems are connected together. And that's one of the main reasons why a lot of people go down this data platform initiative. And so what does a modern data platform do? So what I want to do is going to take a bit of a risk here and try and share a whiteboard. So just to give you a bit more of an idea of, here we are, Microsoft Whiteboard. Hopefully this doesn't crash, because as good as Whiteboard is, it has an aided crash. So what I try to do here is to kind of, take the approach that not a lot of people on the call have a real strong idea of what a data platform does and how you do it. So what is a data platform? So from my point of view, the idea why a lot of councils are going to this data platform view is because of the ability to host multiple streams of different type of information. So what we have here is we've categorized it into different types. So you've got the IoT devices, you've got non-structured from images, video, free text, and then you've kind of got these semi-structured ones from CSV logs, JSON, XML, and then your standard rational databases that come from, your ERP, your property, your finance, pool applications, HR, multiple ones that are in it. I was working with a local council that I'm going to use as one of my examples, that they have something like 12 different sources just of, single customer data information that they're trying to amalgamate. Now, typically these are all on premises, diverse across, within a council, especially when you call IT, they are across kilometers of information. So the idea is that we can pull this together into a single platform, and we host, in a single data lake. And the advantage of that is that you can have it all together, and when you want to look at insights, you can quickly pull the information out or assign them to an analyst or an engineer to look at and go from there. And typically, on a very high level, what organizations do is that they host this and they take the transformation into a data warehouse and publish it into Power BI or Qlik or any other reporting tool that you would like. And an advantage from an Azure point of view is that you have a single layer of security, governance, monitoring, and management across all your data, whether it be stored in raw format in the data lake, or whether it be transformed into a data warehouse for reporting out to your people within Power BI. And so very quickly and shortly, that's, to me, is a high idea of modern data warehousing. Now, the two main initiatives and drivers from this I like to talk to is around an Agile BI project, and why that is, because currently, if you have the data across different systems on premise, it can take days, weeks, and even months to make a change to a form report or something like that. And that puts a lot of people off. You talk to some people in organizations and councils, and they go, I don't even ask the question, because I know if I had to change it and get it through to a formal report, it would take weeks, and I could just pull it out into an Excel spreadsheet and just do it myself. The problem is then you have Excel spreadsheets that are moving along. So from an Agile BI project point of view, what organizations and councils are doing is that when you have the raw data there in a data lake, you can pull that data out into a Power BI dashboard. You can go to your SLT, you can go to your manager, whoever's looking for this information that wants it shared, work with them quickly show them a presentation of this Power BI dashboard and go, is this what you're looking for? If that's what is, then you can go, great. If not, you can quickly change it, pull in another data source, add that on top of it. And then once that's done, you can very easily just go, here you go. And you can publish that back into the data warehouse that then gets productionized, that gets governed, and then you can share it with a wider audience of people that are looking for it. Finally, the other big one is the data science side of things. So obviously, if you have these IoT devices, you're storing all this information, you're looking for trends, you're looking for analysis. How do you do that? And again, using Azure, from that point of view, you have things, services like Azure ML, you've cognitive services, you've Databricks that have all these pre-built algorithms that you can apply to the data to look for trends. And so by storing that in the data lake, the same place that it's even got your structured rational information, you can put that together and, are you getting trends of what's going on within your business or within your devices? You have that ability now to pick papers and video facts, identify information, pull that out and be able to show that to someone. So again, what you can quickly do, in hours and days is push that through to a Power BI report, present that to someone. Is that trend is what you're looking for? Are you doing it? Is this the information that we should be seeing? And once you can kind of get that locked in, you have that ability then to quickly publish that into the warehouse, into more of a structured, again, governed, it's across everyone and who's got access to the information and you can share that out to more of a wider view. So just quickly wanted to take that idea. Thankfully, it didn't crash and go back to the report. So as I said earlier, what I wanted to do is look at two different councils, because I find that with local councils, when they're choosing a data platform, the idea is that some of them will go down an IoT smart cities route and others will come at it from a kind of a financial reporting and customer service point of view. So the great thing from a Microsoft point of view is that you have a single platform that can take these together and provide you insights. So what I want to do now is run you through two case studies that I've been working with over the last couple of months and years. Sorry, it keeps jumping ahead to get an understanding of what these are. I don't know why this is jumping ahead. Apologies. Seems to be clicking on. Let me just try that again. Where is it? I must have a button clicked on it. Let me try this again. Apologies. We are. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why it's running through. Right, let me just do presentation mode. Wasn't doing this a second ago. The joys of presenting. Let me just try the screen, actually. I'll do that. That should help. Screen 2. Okay. No, it doesn't have.
Connor, do you want me to present the next slide after the whiteboard one?
Yeah, if you want to do that, because yeah, that'll help because I've got my whiteboard stuff done anyway, so that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Take control.
Is this the right page?
Up to case study 1, up higher, sorry. Slide 5. So let me go through. So this council is an organization, as I said, what they're looking to really do is the reason that they've gone down the data platform is that they, as you can read here, they've got data everywhere. I'll go a bit more detailed in terms of the current state of assessment, but they've got siloed, fragmented information. The data is not managed, and it's not seen as a strategic asset, which means that every time this thing comes up, it's like, let's just patch it. What can we do? How can we get the information? And therefore, it reduces and moves the focus, from actually looking at what value we can get out of it, and just as the current state of motion, which is very time consuming, and therefore slow from that ability. We're on the wrong. Can we go up to slide 5 where it says case study 1? Just so we're looking at the same thing. Up one more. Is it moving ahead for you too?
Yes, it doesn't stay on one page, so.
All right. Apologies, everyone. This is all right. Let me just take control, and I have it up here. Let me know if that's okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Lovely, lovely. So this is the current idea. They currently take 13.5 hours a week creating 2 reports. The idea is that if they move into data platform point of view, 50 staff will be impacted by improved reporting. They've got 8 data sources that are doing 2 reports, all transfers, manual. Estimated cost a year is $40,000, just $40,000 creating these 2 reports. And 1 person currently carries out the activity because it's sensitive data and can't be shared. So there's a single point of failure. So really what they want to do, really from a first off, and what I love about this is that it's just simple. It's, you know, when you look at a complete Azure architecture and all the availability, there's so many options that you can do. But this is very simple in terms of ingesting the data into storage, into a data lake, move it into a database and reporting it out. But the main thing that they've got from this is that automation, and that's really that first point. And it's costing them hundreds of dollars just to do this. So all of a sudden, you're taking the manual activity that comes out of a person to do that. What I want to show then next is why I suppose I'm showing this from an IoT perspective, is that this is what they've now, based on what they've doing, this is their future state. They've currently leveraged Azure from an analytics perspective, but they have a council vision of being a smart city, and they can use that same platform to now pull in IoT devices, which they are currently doing. They can, you know, provide more strategic reporting to senior leaders. So you can see up the top right, they can now, you know, they have the opportunity of doing real-time dashboards and, you know, do things like text analytics, analyze videos, analyze things. So this, from this point of view, to me, is displaying that, yes, smart cities and IoT are important for councils, but sometimes it's not always the first initiative on why choosing a data platform, but a data platform gives you that versatility of what way you want to go. And it's about picking that business case that really will add the value. Now, the city, we'll see, which Insight we'll talk a little about later, where we work together on this, has a close place to my heart because of I've been working at the ground up with these guys. Now, they took it from a different point of view, where the IT really took the leadership point of view in kind of building this. They had a government-funded LoRaWAN network across a number of northern councils in Victoria. Now, they just wanted to get the insights out of it. They, from a business challenge point of view, really what they wanted to do was that they wanted to kind of prove out and use data to make decisions. You know, at the initial point, they didn't have any idea of, like, if they were creating a park, were people using it? If they put in a playground, were people using, you know, was that making more attraction to it? Certainly within COVID, when it went live, you know, through Melbourne and Victoria, obviously people weren't going to the shops, but as they were coming out, they were able to use people counters and identify, are people coming back out? So the real advantage of using IoT for them was to kind of use data-driven decisions to, one, back up decisions they make, but also then help them make decisions in the future from that point of view. And the advantage from an Azure and from a data platform perspective was that, as we can see the architecture, they were able to not only pull in IoT information, but they were able to use their standard analytics and their on-prem financials reports, and through the same platform provide IoT initiatives and as well provide analytics initiatives as well. And as you can see from the two red lines up here, this is literally what they have today, pulling in to a data warehouse, which they are providing out into data marts to a number of other councils, because City of Whittlesea took the initiative, drove it on, and are now pulling in the IoT devices across the whole Northern Territory, Northern councils. And as they had they're a bigger council, have a bit more of a budget, they were able to take it on and own it. And the great thing from an Azure point of view was that, you know, through other services like Active Directory, the other councils are able to come in, pull out their own information in a secure manner, and the other councils can't see it. And whenever they're ready to kind of go on their own, they're able to drive down that. And as I said, their future initiatives, these ones, as they don't have red lines, are what they want to do in the future. So they can pull in things like iConnect, which is another SQL databases, CSVs. They're able to pull in other SAS information like Bureau statistics data, bond data, and other future for things is to pull in their CRM and their ERP as they get created. And through that manner, they're able to grow from that point of view. And the great thing from the local councils that don't have big budgets is that to create a platform isn't expensive. You know, we always recommend making sure it's set up structurally. You've got the right governance, the right security framework initially, which can cost, you know, $40,000, $50,000. But the actual running and maintenance of it isn't very high. But it gives you that option to scale when you're ready, when you see the business case, when you see the value, you can go from it. So from my point of view, that kind of, you know, why do local councils choose Azure for IoT? It's that ability to start small and expand. You've got a single platform that can support smart city initiatives and IoT when you're ready. But if you have an analytics initiative that makes more sense first, then go with that. And you can always add on the IoT after. The familiarity with the tool set. So you've got the secure and easy govern environment that's familiar with, mainly because a lot of councils generally come from Microsoft backend. They've got large SQL databases that they can move in and manage. So from that point of view, it's always a great start. And from a final note, as you can see from the councils that I've been working with and my understanding, and I don't work with Brisbane and Gold Coast, but they've been working in the data platform for a while. You've got people on the right-hand side, like City of Melbourne, Monash, that are in that kind of decision, that are creating the platform as the moment. Burundara is the same. So I hope that is of value to you all. Over to you, Nilesh.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much, Connors. That was lovely. Next, we'll be moving forward to one of our partners, Wally Wanamomati. Over to you. He's the CTO for Insight.
Well, thank you, everyone. I'm gonna do what Connor did as well and present from my desktop. So do let me know if there's any challenges with that. Hopefully, the presentation gods are with me today. Recent studies have indicated by industry analysts that a staggering 76% of all IoT projects stall after the proof of concept or fail to deliver results. It was a survey conducted by Cisco Research and certainly backed by anecdotal data that I see as well. As Nilesh said, my name is Veli, and I'm here in a capacity to hopefully make sure that any initiatives that you undertake, you will be in the 20%, 24%, or the winning quarter, as I like to call it. So I have the pleasure of taking you through today a session that focuses really on the pitfalls and the lessons learned on projects. So I'm not here to talk about product or convince you on a platform. I'm going to be pretty open and honest on giving you some background on 20-odd projects that I've personally been involved with, about 100 or so that we've globally been involved with in the smart city, sustainability, and IoT space, to give you some ideas and some lessons learned on, well, what are some of the lessons learned and how might you be able to avoid that on your initiatives or programs. So let's get started and dig into this. So I could title this slide as saying, why do IoT projects fail? Because it's pretty much the same content as smart city initiatives, though there are some slight variances that I'll cover. But I think if we start from the top of it, it should not be a surprise to anyone in this audience that if you start a smart city initiative that is purely driven by technology or technology championed ideas that, for example, suggest that, hey, why don't we put a air quality monitor sensor into these certain areas, we'll drive some value out of that later on down the road. Well, that's a good way to end up with a really interesting technology proof of concept. And I can almost guarantee you that that's where the project will end. You gotta approach this from a perspective of what is the business problem that you're trying to solve and what are the data points that you need to solve that. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later on. A second typical pitfall that I unfortunately run into quite a lot is starting a project in smart city or IoT initiatives that focuses on the quickest time to workable product or workable solution, such as getting data and reporting that data somewhere. What you often end up with is a architecture and a technology that addresses that one problem or that one objective, and that's all it does. You can't expand on it, or worse yet, you can't scale it. I once worked with a startup that had focused on collecting data from a variety of sensors, and they selected a function app-driven technology that essentially meant that they could not scale beyond about 200 or so sensors feeding to the data platform. Their business case was to scale to about 10,000. Well, now you had a problem. You hadn't considered the end vision, and you hadn't architected to meet that end vision. And now I unfortunately got involved when we had to do some substantial renovations, and it's never fun to try to redo the foundations of a house because you can't get to the foundations unless you tear down the house. So it's certainly a pitfall that we often see projects fall into. Vendor lock-in is very important in when it comes to sensors. All too often, I've worked with startups or companies that have selected a specific sensor for collecting data. For example, in one case, it was vibration sensors attached to a mining equipment that went underground, and they were doing preventative maintenance on that. The vibration sensor that they had selected only allowed data to be collected and sent through a 4G network connectivity, and only from the vendor's own platform did you get a feed to your own data platform to do preventative maintenance machine learning algorithms. Well, guess what? 4G doesn't exist underground. And now you were in a situation, or this organization was in a situation where their technology only worked when the assets were above ground, because they weren't able to connect that sensor type to a different network architecture. They hadn't thought of all of the use cases where that might be applicable. I see that, unfortunately, quite a bit. But that's enough about technology. I think majority of the projects that belong to that 74% statistics that I cited are to do with nothing about technology whatsoever. It's all about understanding your business problem. It's about creating a operational model and investment plan that will sustain the ongoing enhancement, maintenance, and addition to that platform. It's about aligning your stakeholders to be on the same path, to understand what the vision is, but understand that you will tackle that vision one step at a time, ensuring that you prioritize and you're aligned with the priorities on what use cases get addressed first, and you don't end up in that flip-flop that projects often do when the winds change and suddenly you've been running at this direction for the longest time and now you need to go there. Well, guess what? Everything that you did up to there is of no use, unfortunately. It's really about ensuring that when you get towards that vision, you do prioritization and you do understand the requirements from all angles, the different users and actors of the system or the data. In local councils, it's extremely important that you consider the ratepayer, the customer, the user, the person who's walking into those parks that Connor mentioned, because they will notice the cameras that will count, are there to count people, but you haven't considered what they feel and are likely to act or respond to that if you haven't incorporated that to your communications and to, more importantly, your privacy frameworks. You're going to be in some challenge. I've worked with universities here in Australia where we've done a really harmless projects around improving space utilization by leveraging CCTV cameras to watch how students move between classes, between buildings in order to optimize that scheduling. Well, in the second week of that solution, it had to be turned off because student bodies weren't on board and weren't informed to the anonymized security and private I guess privacy aspects that were built into it, and you had to take a step back and ensure that occurred. See that happening quite a lot when cameras are involved or any data points are involved. Humans respond to change differently. So it's really important in the smart city initiatives especially to ensure that you've aligned that citizen involvement and citizen sponsorship in your projects and initiatives as well, and that you've ensured in the bigger city projects that political support is also on board. So let's now switch gears to talk about, so how do we go through this? How do we select a winning initiative? How do we get that winning initiative into production? How do we get you to that winning quarter? How do we get you to that 24% of initiatives that deliver value sustainably and continue to do so for years on end? Step one, really simple. How do you select an initiative? It's really about establishing your backlog of opportunities. And Connor touched on multiple of those already, as we've heard already, smart parking being mentioned. We've heard about public spaces or park utilization. We've heard about predictive footfall to local shops and being able to be confident about that. There's a lot of use cases out there. In fact, one thing that I would tell all of you is you will never run out of ideas. But how do you select the first one? It's about prioritization. When it comes to prioritization, I like to talk about reach, reuse, and feasibility. Reach is about, if you implement this idea, how many, especially in local councils and smart cities, how many people will this touch? What is the reach of the value that you're going to generate? If it's, for example, in City of Whittlesey's case, about providing ratepayers with reports on when the street sweeper went through their local street, what is the reach and potential use of that? That is a value metric that you should bring into your prioritization framework. Reuse is all about what Connor mentioned about you don't know what you don't know about the data that you're going to collect. And just like we saw with COVID hitting, with many of the smart space and smart city and smart park initiative, what they turned very quickly into is unexpected insights into what was the impact of the pandemic on the footfall to the local parks, and what was the compliance to some of the restrictions that were placed, and could you act on some of those infringements that happened? Yes, you could. It's about collecting data in a way and storing it in a way to answer the questions that you don't know you need to answer yet. It's about reuse. It's about building that platform and those sensors in a way that allows you to reuse that across multiple different initiatives. And it is about technical feasibility. There's no point in embarking on a project that is highly out there in the cutting edge unless you're doing R&D. If you're actually going to embark on a first smart city initiative, select an initiative that you know has low risk and therefore a high chance of a success, and measure that and stack rank your priorities based on technical feasibility. When it comes to sustainability and smart city initiatives, look, like I said, the ideas, you're never going to run out of them. Here are some of the really proven use cases that we've done a number of times. You will find a number of referenceable cases all over the internet if you search for them. It's around environmental monitoring, reporting quality of water, air quality, feeding that to citizen impacts, leading that into predictive alerts when, for example, air quality is low and maybe you shouldn't go and run in the park, whatever it may be. Millions of use cases specific to that theme. Smart street lights, really sustainability initiatives on how do you not only use LED lighting but use smart LED lighting that cuts down, yes, the operational expenditure bills, but more importantly provides neutral carbon towards your neutral carbon impact initiatives, right? It's in Australia especially, it's about how do you harness your sensors, your vision, your cameras to understand invasive species management in your public areas and waterways. How do you leverage that technology to at better scale or bigger scale leverage predictive insights into understanding where you may have invasive species that you may need to send a person to more specifically looked at that. In transport, public buildings, waste management is all proven use cases. And as we said, we have a speaker dedicated to waste management just after me, so you will find out much more about that. Whatever your ideas, initiatives are, what I would recommend you do is something like this. And this is a real example. I took it from our Canadian team, so you will find snowplow, not something that we have to deal with here in Australia too much, unless you're in Thredbo or Snowy Mountains, local council areas. But, put your initiatives and ideas, use cases into low, high impact on that prioritization metric that I just talked about, and highlight the quick wins versus the future use cases, and it will throw out the winning idea that will bring you value while moving you towards that end goal of that bigger platform that you can build upon. When it comes to IoT and when it comes to sensors, here's my point to you. IoT is nothing more than additional data points that you're going to collect to a centralized data platform to report, provide insights, and actionable alerts. That's all it is. So when it comes to IoT projects, don't limit your thinking to sensors. What am I going to buy? Which air quality monitor am I going to install and buy, and how am I going to deploy that? Where I'm going to put my GPS trackers on my street sweepers, right? Yes, those are all great ideas, and you should absolutely do that. But don't forget that there is invaluable data in the scheduling systems that deal with those street sweepers or garbage truck or waste management systems, in your HR systems around what routes and who are the arrangers that are going to go to these areas. Those are all data points that you can collect, put to the same platform along with that sensory data, and now you're able to provide far better insights to your end users, or reports, or operational efficiency initiatives. Now you're moving towards the ability to do preventative maintenance. For example, to learn from the a simple comment that your waste collectors in your public parks, for example, inputted on how full the bin was when they collected it. Even because if you want to optimize when you're going to do collections, or when you're going to collect the empty those bins, if you have that information without putting a sensor, you could create a predictive model really quickly that started to tell you, well, what is the predicted level today on that bin, for example. So don't limit your thinking in IoT to the sensors that are all around you. And there are, hundreds of sensors: temperature, pressure, motion, level, image, proximity, water quality, chemical, gas, smoke, infrared. I could go on, right? But it's more than that. It's about establish first the business problem and the use case, then establish what data points are needed or helpful in solving that use case. Then consider what existing data sources or interesting information you have that you can bring in, and then address the gap with new IoT sensors. And if you can't find a sensor that quite does, or it's too cost prohibitive to deploy new sensors, think about, well, what else can I use? CCTV can be turned into an IoT sensor really easily. You can have existing CCTV that's looking out on the car park, and this use case has been done so many times, you will find code that does this. You can put, if that CCTV points to a car park, you can tell how many spaces are utilized and how many are not. No new sensors needing to be deployed. You will find the code on GitHub. I'll provide you some links later on. So it's really about expanding that horizon. And then consider the end-to-end data collection, aggregation, pre-processing, and transmission requirements. Don't get stuck in that loop that I mentioned before about the startup creating a preventative maintenance solution for diggers that went underground, but they could not collect any data underground. They hadn't considered the end-to-end collection, aggregation, and transmission under all circumstances. Make sure that you do that. So looking at the stack, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It is really about what experiences, interfaces you want to provide, what application is needed to provide that, what data layer needs to look like to provide the application the right data points, how you're going to get access to that data, and then what physical IoT devices you need to feed that communication layer up to the data layer that is processed by the application layer to a web application that provides that digital experience for the ratepayers about when their street was last swept. That's what I'd urge you to consider. Now, let me lastly make you a point or a case about setting up the platform. Connor talked about platform. Why is platform important? There are 4 layers or pillars to Smart City IoT initiatives: device, data, process, and ecosystem. The reason why you want to create a platform is to own the data that is generated by these initiatives and by these layers. Data ownership is key in order to answer the questions that you don't know that you need answered yet. COVID example, proven point. When you're setting up the platform, it is important to design with that end vision in mind, to plan for multiple use cases, not just the one that you're going to do right now. You need to think about if you have connectivity issues, or if you need to cache or pre-process data, because that tells you right away you need an edge architecture upfront in your platform. And think about the roles, boundaries, and data access privileges that you need to start building into the data that you're collecting, because you're not collecting data for the sake of collecting data. You're collecting data in order to report or provide insights directly to users. So now you need to think about what roles, rights, privacy aspects do you need to incorporate in that. And that's why you set up a platform, and that's why you build it one module at the time. I'm not going to talk to you about technology, but I'm going to show you an example of what the end state architecture on a production IoT platform for a smart city initiative looks like. This is actually published on Microsoft.com, docs.microsoft.com. I can refer you to this later on, but it just shows you if you need to think about sensor aggregation, air quality, water quality, as well as multiple other points, you need to collect and collate that in an edge environment if connectivity is an issue, and this is how you do it. Yes, you need to put that into a data platform, because that's where you're going to drive those initiatives. Now, Connor already covered this City of Whittlesea, so in the interest of time, because I know we're running a little behind, all I'm going to mention here is that local councils are always seeking that value and efficiency, and increasingly today you are expected to meet the rising ratepayer expectations about the quality of service and the responsiveness of those services, and that really is a catalyst, such as it was for City of Whittlesea, to start on an initiative with a clear vision and clear mandate on how to deliver business outcomes enabled by IT and driven by a smart city initiatives. And really those use cases, while in the beginning they ranged from some of the reporting aspects that Connor mentioned about, they became unexpectedly useful when COVID hit, to serve bigger and better insights, to answer questions that you didn't know you needed to answer. Right? And really, it was about how to enable that bigger picture. So to recap, the path to the winning circle is really about, or the winning quarter is about, leading with the business problems that are championed by owners, use cases that extend just beyond gathering and reporting on telemetry. That might be the first thing you do, but just know that you can create a predictive model afterwards to optimize the scheduling and the routing of, for example, the garbage collection from the parks use case that I mentioned. Ensure that you incorporate that platform thinking from the right start. Break those complex problems to small components and implement that platform one component at a time. You don't need to deploy everything in that architecture that I showed you. You need to deploy enough that addresses the use case you're addressing, while providing a modular growth back to more and more use cases. Use accelerators or reference architectures. Dozens exist. That parking example, you can download the source code from GitHub. Start from accelerators. It's a well-trodden path to success that limits your risk exposure and makes you more susceptible to be part of that 24%. And build on that existing data or systems that already exist and turn those assets into new sensors. So with that, my call to action to all of you today is to participate as part of an immersion workshop for IoT. We have 2 of these coming up. The links are here, QR codes, and we'll, I'm sure, distribute these afterwards as well. If you want to explore how IoT solutions can support sustainability and how to scale that IoT initiative, come on the workshop, get hands-on experience. Free, limited space, but free. Come along. If you want to talk about a specific use case, you can do a discovery workshop. Free, no worries. Let's just understand what time, what's required, what are the ideas, how to go about that. So really, that's what I wanted to finish off with. We'll leave you in the back a number of GitHub resources. You know, if you're doing invasive species monitoring or identification with CCTV, hey, there's a GitHub repo with the code that you can boot up from. If you're doing smart city initiatives, there's accelerators for that. So really, that's the call out that I wanted to leave you with. And in the interest of time, pass you back on to our moderator today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ravi. That was certainly some interesting insights from Insights. We now move on to our next partner, that is MOQ Digital, which will be presented by Pierce Matthews, CTO from MOQ Digitals. Over to you, Pierce.
Hi, hello everyone. Hopefully you can all see my screen. I'm sharing the presentation deck. Okay, good. So my name is Piers Matthews, CTO of MOQ Digital, and really what I was asked to cover for you guys today is a little bit of the work that we've been doing up at Moreton Bay Regional Council in terms of waste management and some of the other IoT use cases we've helped the organization implement. So I guess the first question is, who are Moreton Bay Regional Council? Well, quite simply, Moreton Bay Regional Council is a fairly large regional council located between Brisbane City and the Sunshine Coast. It's a very diverse area of over 2,000 square kilometres, and inside that area, we have rural townships, urban centres, coastal villages, as well as business precincts, all in one space. So you can imagine quite a diverse environment to operate in. It's considered to be one of Australia's fastest growing regions and predicted to grow by over 40% by the year 2036. So really, it's a growing concern. Now, what MBRC was specifically looking for was a way to increase their operational efficiency. And really what that means is they wanted to be able to collect more data and be smarter with the way that they were using that data, specifically to be able to start to become predictive and automated in their operations. And they viewed IoT as being one avenue that could help them with this strategic goal. So MOQ Digital was contracted to assist in a number of different implementations, starting off with designing an Azure IoT framework, really that kind of platform layer, and then proving out very specific scenarios that would help the organization select for business value. So the first of these scenarios, which I will call challenge one, was a challenge that they had presented and they were trying to solve, which is how can they determine which public bins should they be emptying and when should they be emptying those public bins? So the problem statement is really fairly simple. So what happens is we have this idea of public bins around the region and they're not emptied in a timely manner. So what happens is those bins overflow. We then have other bins where workers have been dispatched to clean out those bins and getting there and finding there was really nothing inside of that bin had significant available capacity. And what this generally results in is unhappy citizen or ratepayers because they complain when they get to a bin and the bin is overflowing. So the hypothesis was very simple and again a proven use case. If we knew that bins were full, or better, we could predict when bins would be full. More importantly, we could then optimize when and where we chose to dispatch resources to clean those bins out. The other challenge we had is we needed to make this possible without necessarily putting an IT sensor on every single bin permanently across the entire precinct. And the reason that would be challenging is not necessarily cost effective and the value was deemed to be low to be able to do that. So should we be able to do this and can we be able to do this without putting a sensor permanently in every bin? The last part, and really this is the important part, if you can imagine you're collecting all of this data, we want to be able to action on that data. So what we want to be able to do is when we understand and we're able to predict and we know what's going to happen with the bins, we really want to be able to map that information out, work out the best routes for our drivers to drive on what particular days, and then also obviously integrate that into our work order management systems to automate that process end to end. So that really was the base challenge. The solution we came up with or worked with the organization on was firstly deploy PIP level smart sensors into selected bins around the region. These specific sensors use infrared and ultrasonic technology, and they were able to therefore be able to tell us how full or empty those specific bins were. And then take that data from those sensors into the IoT, Azure IoT capabilities, so we could then action that specific data. And I think the important point about this is the way this was run is we put these sensors in a specific set of bins, ran it like that for 2 weeks, then moved the sensors to another set of bins, moved the sensors to another set of bins, and rotated that model so we're able to build out what it is we're looking at. All that data was ingested into Azure Machine Learning, where we used or built a model for predictive analytics that we could then ascertain which bins over a period of time would like to be at 80% capacity within 48 hours. So we're able to build up those models. And those forecast models were built, as I said, by rotating those specific centers. The next thing we needed to do, once we collect all of that and we understood, we needed to go and push that information into the Esri platform and use the Esri to understand which specific routes we should be driving and what is the best way to go and collect this information and what order we should be collecting those bins particularly. And the last step in this was what we wanted to do was have some level of orchestration logic, where what we could do then is automate the schedule off all this data and this IT stack that we're living to determine when we should dispatch and by creating those work orders into the target systems to generate those routes for the drivers to drive. So in terms of solution interface, one of the interesting things about our IT solution is very often we don't see a solution interface because it's all knobs and dials and stuff that lives in Azure to collect the data. But the way you present the data out is providing some kind of visual dashboard to illustrate to the customer. So this is a landing page of what that visual dashboard looks like, for example, in the smart bin analysis piece. And if you start to look at some of the components of this, a couple of things we have. So on the left, we had the bin map, and the bin map was used to specifically understand which bins are where and what, and based on the date selected in the slider, where and how full would they specifically be. We then had the ability to understand the current predictions based on data we were collecting real-time data from, as well as the predicted of the rest of the bins. We're able to understand what those full patterns were, and then able to understand what the historical view would be across those bins. So this allowed the operators of the platform a keen ability to understand exactly what it is that was happening inside the environment, rendered out nicely through the Power BI dashboard in this case. Behind the scenes, so from a solution architecture perspective, a simplified version of the architecture I've drawn over here. So really what we have is we have those PIP sensors, and bi-hourly or every 2 hours, we're collecting data, pulling that information into Azure IoT Hub. From IoT Hub, we had a couple of streams of where the data went. So one stream was to push the data into Azure Cosmos as essentially our raw data feed. And then we had reference data living inside of Azure SQL, and that's where we build the Power BI dashboards to show that information. We had another set of data going into Azure Machine Learning model to educate that model, to allow us to retrain that model and to work out better predictions. And then we obviously had logic apps being the integration technology that allowed us to talk to Esri and generate the maps, and Technology One as the operating platform behind the scenes. So very common components that are used in that sort of smart city IoT architecture we deployed into this particular use case. Now, one of the things that happened that Microsoft has done, which is quite nice, is they've made it easy for customers to bootstrap into this exact use case. And the way that Microsoft has done this within IoT Central, we now have essentially a pre-configured app template for this particular use case. So that app template, bit of noise in the line. So that app template it comes pre-built in IoT Central that you can install and run. So this is how you could land or start up the scenario yourself, and obviously happy to help you guys do that. So what it provides us with is sample dashboards, it provides us sample connected waste bin templates for device templates that can be switched out for real devices, simulated devices as well, and the ability to have pre-configured rules and jobs, and completely brandable and white labelable. Why would you go for this? This is a great starting point in one of those reference use cases and pre-built patterns that allows you to stand up this using the correct architecture in Azure. This is a high-level summary of what that architecture looks like. And one of the interesting things over here that we always talk about IoT use cases is very often you might not be talking directly to the device. You might be talking through an IoT bridge to a third-party cloud provider if that provider is doing that specific collection piece for you. But what's really important is all that data then flows into IoT Central, where it gets transformed inside of IoT Hub, ends up in Event Hub, and then there's a process through Stream Analytics and Logic Apps to do integration. So this is really what's provided in the box for you in IoT Central for that exact same use case. The second challenge we chose to take on is the customer was asking, how do we better understand our building usage patterns? And what this really was is wanted the ability to plan future investment by looking at factors in their buildings that were affected by attendance, i.e. based on how many people were in their physical organizational buildings, what was the effect on things like power utilization and air conditioning. So what they needed to do was, how do we gather that building occupancy, get the data that's associated with, and very importantly, was to correlate that data with other data sources so we can understand environmental factors that would affect attenuants and then allow them to plan. So the hypothesis was, and this IT solution is, can we connect to smart or swap card data sets, pull that swap card data sets into the model, and then work out exactly what that attendance would need to be over time. And again, integrating other external data sources into the solution, so we could then obviously work out how they could plan for the future usage. So the way you make it better, obviously bringing in external environmental data feeds, and then obviously predict or plan the future use cases. So this is what that system user interface looked like, again, presented out in a Power BI dashboard. So behind the scenes, all that same IT type architecture, lifting the data from the swap sensors, pulling that information into the models, and then processing that information and importing external data feeds from weather and traffic conditions, for example. So what we have over here in this little example is, we have a very simple view of what the occupancy is typically over a weekday. We have the daily occupancy timeline and each of the individual days on a specific calendar, and the person's able to select that and then obviously filter down. What's really important then is the ability to modify these external conditions, choose specific days, understand what would happen on a Wednesday if we had heavy traffic and we had 1 to 5 millimeters of rain, how many people actually pitch up at work and how many people don't pitch up at work. Therefore, they can start to model how those buildings are going to be utilized. So again, another simple use case along the similar vein. The third use case that we have, same type of architecture, and really just to give an idea of what you can build once you've got that foundation platform right, is how do we remotely view Capstone Dam water quality. Specifically, the organization wanted to understand what the salinity was like. That's essentially the saltiness of the water in that dam. So they could remotely know what that salinity is without having to do a manual check, without having to have someone on site manually checking, reporting back that into head office. So the hypothesis of this solution was, we could put an IoT sensor directly on the pump, and periodically we could get data to measure that salinity. We could visualize that. We could then build alerts when there are problems and better manage the activities. And then how would you make it better? And this is one of the key things about IoT. It's not just about getting data, visualizing it, and integrating it into your Action ERP systems or your transaction systems. You can actually send commands back to those IoT devices to get things to happen on the ground. So in this case, was the ability to send a command back based on where a set of conditions were to either open or close pumps to increase or decrease the salinity of that water automatically. Simplified solution architecture in this case. So what we have is, have the pump with IoT Edge device attached, pushing the data up every 30 minutes into IoT Hub. From IoT Hub, using Stream Analytics, we stream the data for long-time analysis into the data lake, as was previously explained. You want to put the data into data lake for long-term storage and analysis. We then push essentially the specific data bits that we're looking for into Cosmos, where we have our Power BI dashboards, rendering out that sort of hot path and showing to our users exactly what's happening on the ground now. And then we have Azure Functions being triggered off that when specific conditions were reached, in order to send commands back through IoT Hub to either open or close pumps. So very simplified, very standard IoT architecture in Azure IoT Hub. And really, this is just about point and click and getting those components connected together and getting that sort of architecture right. So then again, third use cases. So how could you stand this solution up today? Again, this is another one of those nice ones where what Microsoft has done for us is they've pre-built a solution in IoT Central, a pre-built water quality monitoring application. Again, the same componentry, pre-built reference architecture, immediately deployable, that has the operator dashboards that you would need, sample device templates, sample simulated devices, as well as rules, and the opportunity to white label that solution. So really a great starting point for you to be able to build out the exact same type of solution that we enabled for MBRC. So really what I've tried to show you there is those three solutions. This is just an example of what the IoT Central architecture behind the quality monitoring solution is. So again, similar architecture as before. The difference with this one, we can notice that there's machine learning capabilities being plugged into this specifically, as well as a data lake. So what I've hopefully tried to get across in the time that I have is really just the fact that, you know, when we think about the IT world, Azure has some good answers for us. We have some components that can be deployed, real world examples on the ground, done the work, implemented with the data sets, and be able to present out those solutions. So if I think about some key learnings that we have, having run a number of these projects across different industries and obviously in public sector, and specifically in this case with MBRC, the first thing is data combined with advanced analytics can solve complex efficiency problems. So what you need to be doing is getting the source data and combining some of that machine learning, that advanced analytics and visualizations, so you can really start to understand how you find those efficiency barriers, where they can be done. What we've noted is that councils need new options to source accurate on-the-ground data. So it's all about the speed of data collection and getting the data in a really accurate format at a high velocity. And IoT provides us a way to certainly do that. But it's not just about IoT. So what I've indicated, the data source that you use when you're trying to build out these types of solutions should be the IoT information augmented with external data factors, as well as data that's coming out of your traditional operational systems. The big learning for me in this particular use case was, you know, not all IoT use cases mean that you have to have permanent IoT devices on every single one of those endpoints. You can often prove out to build out those models and answer those questions without having to have permanent devices across all of the specific locations, or you can limit the number of locations you deploy to and still solve some of the big burning questions that you have. Big thing is about connecting various IT solutions on a single platform. I think that's been said a number of times already today, but certainly something we found is when you look at the IT vendor space, there's lots of providers out there who provide everything from devices all the way to their own cloud solutions and collection points. So really, when you think about this, what you want to be doing is being able to select the best of breed solution or point solution for what you're trying to build, but certainly pulling all that data into a single platform, not just so that you can action that, but also so that the combined value of all that data together allows you to integrate those actions into target systems. Then true end state value is derived when taking action, as I said. So it's really about being able to, you know, IT is not just about getting data to analyze it. It's about being able to action that analytics, whether it's kicking off a process in your backend ERP or work order system, or whether it's talking back directly to that IoT device to change the condition that's happening inside of the field by sending it a command based on a business rule. And lastly, IT Central is a great way to start in this journey with a proven set of architectures to get you up and running on some of those templates. And again, Emeco Digital, happy to help you guys out with workshops, with implementing some of these use cases and walking through how this might be applied in your specific environment. So that's my side. Thank you very much, guys, from MAQ.
Thank you, Piers. Thank you so much. I never thought so much thought went behind my trash. So moving on, we are starting with our panel discussions. Our General Manager IoT Nicole would be leading the discussions. Today the members of the panels are Rahul Sivadekar, Director Asia Industry. He's our worldwide leader for public sector. And as we recently introduced, Veli Mati, who's the CTO from Insight, and Piers Matthew, who just spoke to us, CTO from MOQ Digital. Over to you, Nicole.
Thank you and welcome to our panelists, and thank you so much for your great insights today. I'll start leading the discussion with a few questions that we've had from the audience, and I'd also like to invite the audience to populate the window with more questions for our panelists. But some of the questions that we've had in the past and in general, the first one is, you know, COVID-19, we're all experiencing this and it's had an immense impact on the world in so many ways. How do you think COVID has impacted how cities operate in the new normal? And I'll direct that question first to Rahul, and then Veli and Piers, feel free to chime in.
Hey, thank you, Nicole. Am I audible?
Yes, Rahul, you are.
Okay, thank you so much. I was just having a little bit of audio challenges for now. I think that's a great question, and typically COVID-19 has changed the way our cities really look at defining the new normal. Specifically with the principles of design coming in play around social distancing, traceability, remote working, multi-agency collaboration to continue the business as usual, and making sure that all the city services are actually available throughout the pandemic in a very smooth and efficient way. I think there has been a lot of changes which basically the cities have really done as a part of their larger planning strategy, be it reducing the wait times specifically for people to kind of at common intersection points, or deploying the latest of the digital technologies to making sure that the citizens really don't have to step out of their houses to get basics done. I think technology and especially IoT has been one of the boons that the cities have been really looking at in order to kind of enforce a couple of these principles around social distancing. I think a lot of cities are using their existing surveillance networks and the camera networks to trigger off alarms for violation of social distancing measures, and also using a lot of digital remote sensing kind of technologies with IoT backend data analytics to establish traceability across the systems, and also identification of certain individuals as per the needs of the government. But I think the largest transformation that the cities have really started looking at is leveraging data insights to plan better, efficiently to manage city services, and making sure that the employees really have all the possible tools and are empowered for that decision-making capabilities as they go along, handling their day-to-day challenges which this pandemic has faced.
Great. Any thoughts on that, Veli and Piers?
Maybe if I'll start first, I think the biggest change that I think we've seen with COVID is and I could talk to technology specific use cases and how IoT has in many parts of the world been utilized to protect and provide technology-based solutions. But to me, I think the biggest long-term change we will see is that every single one of us, humans, are much more closer and I guess ready to adopt technology, because we've all had to go through a change of some sort. For probably all of us here in Australia, at one point in time, we had to move to a completely remote working system. No doubt all of us today, who doesn't go and collect the coffee without scanning a QR code? And when do you ever remember scanning a QR code before this year? I think the lasting change will be that I think is exciting for local councils and everyone in the IoT space is that the users, the citizens, the ratepayers, the workers, everybody wants to sorry wants to adopt technology.
Yeah, and that's a great point. We saw with Microsoft that our partners started to come up with great solutions across Asia, because Asia, the pandemic hit first, and then we started to see a recovery in certain areas of Asia first. Solutions are popping up all over the place around what you just mentioned, which is the QR codes to go get your coffee in a touchless way, touchless manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. So definitely we're seeing that necessity is sort of the motherhood of invention when it comes to COVID, which if there is a silver lining, I think that's probably it, is that it's accelerating the adoption of some technologies that were already underway that are coming online faster. So the next question I'll direct to Piers. What are some of the biggest challenges and roadblocks in helping cities and customers adopt digital transformation with IoT?
Yes, I think there's a couple of things. I think one of the things is what our colleague Valley alluded to, and this is the idea about first defining a platform strategy and a framework and getting those clear patterns of usage. So I think what happens is very often it's easy to go in with the quick win POC and try to prove out a thing without having that full platform thought out and getting those patterns well defined up front. So when I speak about the work that we did at MBRC, what I mentioned up front is one of the very first things we helped that organization do was define an IoT platform strategy. And that strategy said, let's land that data in the Azure cloud, and which services in the Azure cloud do we need to lighten up in what way to allow us to do that. So that platform was there ready to go, so that when it came to selecting device specific and solution specific options, we knew that there was a pattern and a model that we needed to follow. I think the next thing is about what we see with some of those challenges is making sure that those IT use cases linked to strategic drivers to get to the appropriate funding. So one of the challenges that you have with trying to get funding is if you come up with an IT use case, which on paper sounds fantastic, it's really important to one person, but the organization or the council strategic drivers don't necessarily align. So one of the ways to get funding to be funneled into IT projects is to pick projects that directly hit the top 5 strategic goals or 4 goals or whatever they may be, because then you can tap into funding for those specific streams. And I guess the last thing on this may be something that says, which we found probably the biggest challenge with IoT adoption, is you've got a great platform, you've got some great project use cases, everyone forgets about BAU. So one of the things about IoT, we are actually talking about new technology and new devices and new things that IT or OT actually need to be involved in operating. How do you make sure you design an operating model for that set of projects once they get out of that cool project mode into the operating model to make sure that you can actually deliver value out of them? And many projects, I feel, get to the end of POC, and even though they've proven their value, because there was no thought about how a BAU or business as usual is done, how we do the ops, very often they get stalled, behind this long blocking wall. So you got to start the thinking about educating those resources and potentially retraining some existing skills into that BAU mode.
Great, thanks. Looks like Veli, you're back, and I'm glad because the next question I'll start with you, although I'll open it to all 3 of our panelists. We covered today some amazing cases around cities and shared the customer stories there. And I really want the audience to leave with, kind of what are the next steps for for our audience, and how can they get started with implementing IoT for their organizations? And with that, what are the sort of the solution recipes? I talked about known recipes and being able to replicate those. And I know, with Insight, we've been doing a lot of work around creating those recipes. So I'll open it to you, Veli, and then to the other panelists.
Thank you, Nicole. I managed to get some water, so hopefully my throat stays with me. I've talked too much, obviously. Look, I think the very first step, and I really liked Pierce's model on how he articulated the challenges in that problem, hypothesis, and how to make it better fashion. So start with the problem, right? Start collating what are the business problems that are relevant to your organization, your council, your ratepayers, your internal processes, your efficiency initiatives. Align those to the strategic goals, because that's important in order to get funding and sustain funding. And then work through, well, okay, now I know what I'm solving. Now you can go through the process of understanding what data I need to solve that problem, which helps you which source systems and target systems, such as, are you, like Pierce mentioned, raising an ERP work order at the end of it, or are you reporting, as Whittlesey's counsels, to the end users to a digital application? You kind of start to build the picture of, okay, what components I need, and then go through that process of selecting the sensors and then implementing the platform. And when you're implementing the platform, start with those accelerators, the IoT Central, the GitHub repositories, the use cases that exist. De-risk your technical implementation by leveraging accelerators to go about that. Now, tangibly, what can you do from here? It really depends on where you are on that journey. If you're evaluating which use case you should address first, start with an activity such as the discovery type of an activity that really helps you understand the feasibility, the reach, and the value of the initiative to prioritize. If you already have a funded initiative and you're in the journey of, okay, I'm going to go into technology adoption, then you're more in the, I would say the next tangible step for you is join one of those IoT immersion workshops, learn more about the platform, get your hands on the technology, use it to see how to put the components together and how to get tangible outcomes from it, right? So it really depends on where you are in that journey. And no matter where you are on the journey, you know, reach out to your partners, reach out to your technology providers and get them involved in that journey as early as possible in order to learn from the pitfalls and understand what, you know, accelerators, if you have waste management solution, well, Pierce as an accelerator for that, you know, learn and work with your partners. That'd be my call out there.
I think both Veli and Pierce covered most of my thoughts. So, you know, I would just quickly just talk about one aspect in terms of the ideal approach of leading with, you know, the business scenarios and business challenges, and then ideating, you know, specifically what technology. More importantly, I feel that there are two more questions that we need to also get answers to before we really look at any kind of technology implementation. In terms of, if you have already chosen a technology, what is that technology expected to do for you? What's the problem that is actually solving and how? And is that the right technology? Because I think that makes a lot of difference in the way you really create your scalability model across, because when you adopt a technology today, it's going to be with you for at least a couple of years before you even think about doing something about changing it. The second thing is in terms of thinking about technology as just an enabler, but what is the larger mechanism that you want to put in? And I'll give you a very classic case. Just think about a situation where there's a call center executive sitting and it's his or her first day at work, and she receives a call of one of the IoT sensors providing a fire alarm on the 41st floor in one of the high-rise towers. What is she supposed to do? Is the technology that you are building able to give you a standard operating procedure for a new person to create the right set of protocols, alert the right set of authorities? That's a more larger problem of policy standardization and standard operating procedures for targeted intervention that we need to also look at. And we at Microsoft have been working with a lot of customers and partners along these areas as well. And as Veli mentioned, you know, using design thinking workshops or envisioning or discovery workshops, we can really help build those networks and bring those learnings to you as we proceed on this journey. Just my 2 cents on this.
Thank you, Rahul and Veli. What I took away from that, you know, both of you are spot on. You start with the business problem, make sure that it's actionable, right? Data for data's sake doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And then, you know, Veli's use the building blocks. If you're thinking about it, likelihood that a partner or Microsoft has done something similar or repeatable in a way so that you don't have to start from zero to build it from the ground up, right? And some of the technologies out there can help get there faster, which I think is where we're at right now. We do have a question from the audience, and so I'll just put this one out there. What are the challenges you've faced so far in building security in IoT, specifically to OT and IT?
That's a great question, right? I guess some of the challenges start with the perception when it comes to, okay, and now let's talk about industrial IoT. When OT gets mentioned, let's get there, right? In OT technology, anybody working on the operational technology field has a specific network and which includes the control planes to probably reach out to some equipment or data that if you were able to get to the network and send a command to a machinery to take action, you're potentially not only putting dollars at risk, you're putting lives at risk. So security, when it comes to OT integration, has to be thought of from the very ground up, because the consequences of not doing so are potentially, yes, very costly, but ultimately can result in injury or even loss of life. So you got to take that seriously. And that's why the main challenges around normally, and that I've certainly working in the mining sector a lot, are all to do with ensuring that you are transparent and communicate early and often, involve OT and the business users of those OT technologies early in understanding, gaining confidence on what is the IT side of this story, the IoT side of this story. How does the cloud technology securely and not necessarily directly integrate, but really coexist and provide a further value to their operational initiatives? It often then comes down to very technical challenges around, well, what protocol are you going to use? How are you going to route out? Are you going to pull data or push data? Are you going to take an action that results in automating a piece of machinery? If you do that, what are the controls in place? It often is easiest to address this with using really trusted, known technologies, OPC UA, gateways that your OT team is already comfortable with. I mean, I could go on for hours talking about that specific challenges, but I think what I'd say about security is transparency is key to achieving trust. Trust is key to achieving success in working together and bridging the gap between those two technology fronts. So that's a short answer. I know, Piers, if you want to go into that in more technical detail from your experience.
I mean, I agree with everything that you said and 100% hold that true. And I think the problem with security is it's an evolving space. And what I mean by that, a couple of years ago, we didn't really have a great story of the best way to handle brownfield. We now do. There's been acquisitions. There's been componentry that helps us out. So we have much better opportunities to deal with brownfield installations. We have obviously great solutions for greenfield, so that a pure technology layer, we've got the answers. One of the challenges I consistently face is part of what you're having to do is educate potentially security professionals in the environment on technology that they haven't seen before. So one has to actually set up a process of education, because it's really hard to go in and say, I'm going to go and deploy Azure IoT Defender, and the organization hasn't seen it before, right? There's going to be pushback. Security professionals by nature, their job is to push back on anything that's new and different. So we have to make sure that we create that space for them to learn and understand what the product's about, so we can drive that through and make sure that it does cover what it is that they're after. The second thing I would say is a recognition that the security landscape is always evolving. So not just about the technology piece, but making sure the organization has, let's say, the business processes to understand and monitor that change and to react to it. So I'll go back to the BAU bit. You're putting new technology in the environment, having the BAU bit right, which includes understanding how you react to changes in the security layer, so you can deploy that quickly into your environment, starts becoming important as well.
Yeah, I think as we see security threats emerging, it becomes harder and harder for organizations to keep up with that. And so thank you both for those responses. And, I think that's kind of where, from a platform perspective, we're aiming to kind of, have that out of the box experience around security as far as we can in order to take that burden off. And I've asked the team to post a couple of links around our security philosophy as well in the window, so that you can all take a look at that. One of them is a white paper on the 7 properties of a highly secure device, which was our foray into kind of, what does it take to secure a device? Because we think about cloud security a lot, but then you have to get to that device level in order to actually make sure that every endpoint is not opening a breach potential within the connectivity layer. So thank you for that. And then Piers, from a recent Microsoft study, we learned that almost 30% of IoT projects don't go past prototype. despite growing consensus around the benefits of IoT solutions. So I'm curious to know what your thoughts on are the fact that majority of councils are in the strategy development stage, but a number of local governments are starting to pilot smart city projects, approximately 21%. How do you think that we can help accelerate and move past that POC stage so that it's actually providing value and an implementation stage?
Yeah, so at the risk of sounding repetitive, and I think Valley's entire presentation was dedicated to the winning. How do you get into that winning percent? I think really just the same two things for me that I find make it fail: not having BAU thought about, not establishing the COEs for that BAU, so that's the center of excellence, not designing the framework properly, so not actually landing a platform that will actually sustain long-term beyond the POC use case, having your usage patterns and strategy, and then it's really important to select, as I said to you earlier, those impactful use cases that tie directly to business strategy. So very often what I find, we end up in a position where the IoT strategy is being IT-led, if I could say that with a knowing that there's probably a lot of IT professionals on the call, and that's not actually the case, right? What we want to do is identify what the business strategy is or what the org strategy is, and they say we're trying to become more efficient. So we know that IoT is a technology stack that could potentially help us. Let's understand, in becoming more efficient, what can we do? So Moreton Bay Regional Council, for you, being more efficient is being better at distributing the resources that you have to collect the rubbish at the right place. Good. Can IoT help us? Yes, this is how it can help us. Not start with the fact that we find a really cool bin sensor that doesn't cost a lot of money to run and operate. You got to start at the other end of the equation, from what is the organization's top 4 or 5 strategies that they're trying to achieve, and then find out if IoT can assist. And by the way, it's not to say that IoT helps in every single use case. It's not to say it's something that we kind of force. Sometimes the use case is a straight analytics use case, right? So sometimes it's just about starting off getting existing data and reporting on that, and at some point down the track, you can start to augment that with real-time field data.
Great, thanks. And now, Piers, we have another one for you from our audience around waste collection and the implementation for IoT for collection. How would it look around parks, not specifically for households? One of the insights that that this particular inquirer came out with in his analysis of customer inquiries was that the most common inquiries were around bins not collected or bins not emptied, and he'd appreciate your insights on that.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, just to sum it, the difference between parks and our area, to be clear, was specifically focused on those public bins, not the home bins. And really, it's key insights we learned from that. It's just some very interesting things. One, unfortunately, people have a desire to steal sensors out of bins, which is partly why you don't put a sensor in every bin. It's an easily accessible thing. Person opens a bin, kid sees the sensor, I can guarantee he's going to go take a device. Other little interesting one, make sure you attach it really well. At some point, we were actually receiving sensors or measurements from one of our sensors was actually ended up in the landfill. So this is some important little tidbits that we've got from a real case. But the big part was the one I alluded to, is to solve this problem, you don't need to have permanent sensors in all bins all the time. It's actually around using the sensors to build out that machine learning model and consistently updating by moving those sensors around. So simply with like 20 or 30 sensors deployed, you can start to build out that model and then use that as the predictive piece of your solution.
I guess just to add on to, so I have worked on a very similar use case to this when it comes to household, or in this case, industrial rubbish collection on the behalf of the operator that operates those bin collection trucks. Pierce's insights are, I was laughing because I've also had sensors stolen from bins. It happens, right? Public spaces and whatnot. In this case, though, what they wanted to do is route optimization and reporting back to the industrial clients about when was it collected, when will it get collected, so providing more timely insights and as well as provide in the future predictive route scheduling and so on and so forth. So the way that they addressed that problem was to with really simple technology built into the bins themselves that did no measurement or had any smarts around the status of the bin level. It just had simply an identifier. So Bluetooth, a beacon that had an identifier, and the smarts were actually in the bin collection truck. So that gave now the ability to say, well, which bin has or has not been collected, because the bin truck has the reader for that Bluetooth a beacon, low-powered Bluetooth beacon that battery lasts for I think 10 years in this case, on whether or not it had actually been collected by proximity. The bin had been tipped. The truck itself had the data mechanism to collect that data and send it to the cloud in real time. It had 4G connectivity, and that sent it to the cloud, which then updated the schedule, where was that bin truck, which asset had been collected, notifications to the customer in real time if their bin had actually been tipped, and so on and so forth. So it comes down to, as Piers said, understand what is it the outcome you're trying to achieve, and then work from that, what data you need, then select the sensors that will respond and do the job in the best possible way to address that use case. Consider aspects like failure, reliability, ability to be stolen or destroyed, or whatever those are, and build your technology stack and solution based on that, and then get that data to the platform and provide the insights, and later on build on those, as Piers mentioned, make it better use cases, because now you've addressed the first use case, you've delivered value for your initiative, thumbs up, but the journey doesn't stop there. That should be the start of your journey. The first use case should be the proof on the pudding that you get back to the people making the decisions or having the budget to say, look, it actually works. It solved the problem, but we can do so much more. Let's make it better. Let's address the next use case, and let's go from there. Build confidence, momentum, and then keep that momentum going. BAU, as you heard.
Thanks, Ellie. You mentioned some of the communication technologies, and we've seen several local governments like the city of Whittlesea using LoRaWAN. How does that compare to 5G, and then the pros and cons, in your opinion?
Who do you want to go first, Nicole?
I'll put that out to all three of you, actually.
Okay. You want to go ahead, Vali, or? Okay, I'll go. I mean, look, I think when you think about 5G versus LoRaWAN, we've got to realize that they're solving completely different types of IoT challenges. So LoRaWAN's about really small packets that get delivered slowly. 5G is about super low latency, so really fast, large volumes of data. So, for example, I might be able to stream or copy a 50 meg video file in a second or a couple of seconds across 5G, and it might take me 10 years across LoRaWAN. So very different types of use cases. And I don't think that 5G is going to be the savior for IoT. I think it's just another tool that we've got in the toolbox. And we probably are still a little bit away from having 5G ubiquitous rolled out, primarily because it requires the establishment of essentially new networks that are quite expensive to get out there. But definitely it is something to look at. In my experience in the LoRaWAN, or that kind of that particular era, is that it solves many of the traditional sensor type solutions that we try to deliver through IoT. So the ability to, example, pick a temperature, pick a water salinity. LoRaWAN's a great type use case for that, because for fairly low cost you can deploy the technology. Whereas the 5G is very often going to be a situation where you're collecting data in an edge device, and at some point you need to ship large volumes of data between your solution and that edge scenario.
Vali, anything to add there before I jump to our last?
No, I think I couldn't agree more with Piers. They're apples and oranges for different use cases. 5G, think about video, think about large files, think low latency, near real time or real time control. Think about how do you get actions back to the devices quickly. LoRaWAN is wide area network, very low investment profile. Biggest, every type of sensor everywhere supports the network pretty much, easy to deploy, well understood, and nowadays already widely deployed and available in many city areas. But it's about much smaller packet sizes. It's at lower frequency. It's certainly sensory data, not video files or real-time video feeds, slightly different use cases, but that comes down to what's the problem you're trying to solve, and what's the what are the data points that you needed, what sensors you need to achieve those endpoints. And then the last point that I made about, well, now let's talk about carriage, how to get that data from those sensors to where it needs to go in order to fulfill the use case, and if action is required, how do you get it back to those source systems where action needs to be taken.
Great.
Yeah, nothing more from my side as well. Just a quick point that, one of the interesting interventions of 5G that we would see is the revolution in the way the edge analytics would be really looked at, and the transformation of edge analytics use case across IoT devices, especially which are heavy on video.
Fantastic. And Rahul, thank you. And you're right. You get my last question, and then we can expand upon it. But since you see cities all across Asia, what do you think? Which do you think have the biggest adoption rate in innovation across smart city technologies, and what are they?
There are actually quite different use cases and scenarios that most of the cities across Asia are experimenting from an IoT standpoint. I see Singapore being leading the way in many of those kind of implementations, and having a very, very large, robust strategy, what they call it as a lamppost as a service, using the lamppost for multiple utilities, multiple sensor, multiple aggregation kind of scenarios to drive citizen services, and also a lot of administration and operations use cases. One of the interesting things that we are seeing now in Japan is actually concept of digital twins across the city. So what we are hearing now is that the Japanese government is actually looking at creating digital twins of almost 50 cities in Japan, which will not just have the digital twin capabilities for some of the buildings, but across the city with all of the sensor networks, and which will drive real-time simulation scenarios for them across. I think that's really a very transformative way of looking at effectively managing city operations, and being able to simulate the smallest to the largest of the problems, and being able to find proactive solutions to that. So I think this could be a couple of areas that I see that really are driving the change, and would be setting a path for many, many cities to follow as well.
Thank you so much, and we're at time, so I'd like to thank my three guests, Rahul, Veli, and Piers, for this information. And also, audience, please let us know if you would like further information. We're available through the QR code, as you saw in the chat here. And thank you so much to all three of you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nicole, for
Thank you, everyone, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Nicole, for leading this. Again, I would like to remind, please do fill out the survey for us to reach out to you and provide you more details, or connect you with our partners here. I would like to move to Connor for the closing.
Thanks, guys. Yes, just from a closing, just one quick slide to run through a couple of opportunities to sign up from. From myself, listen, feel free to reach out to me. You can click me on LinkedIn or directly. But there are resources there in terms of deep dives. Piers and Veli both showed initiatives that they're both running. We have got our Cloud Skills workshop coming up in mid-Feb, so there's a link to that. And finally, down the bottom, is a QR code to the Australian Local Councils Analytics Meetup. So this starts on February 12th. So I've created it as an opportunity for local councils to come together to talk about what they're doing in the analytics and smart city space. So we have the City of Unley who is kicking off it. Me and my colleague, our CSA's talk is doing a bit of a deep dive into Microsoft Purview, which we're finding is getting a lot of interest in local councils, obviously with the data governance. And we have Partner Data Addiction, which is going through a Power BI dashboard around council rates. So yes, feel free to sign up and we will see you then. So that's pretty much all that from all of us, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day ahead.
Thank you.